such talented chef from our valued clients to this special event prepared by Callebaut and in cooperation with the EMF. We are happy to have along, and we are delighted to have Chef Alexandre Bourdeaux from Belgium to share his wide experience in this field, and he will introduce you to Callebaut product, share with you his long experience in our product, and his wide experience and international experience made him a reference in the culinary world. So he will present a demonstration for you on our products, hoping that it will assist you to reach the master of taste in your kitchen. So welcome again, and we leave you with Chef Alexander to run through his demonstration. Okay? Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. Good morning, everyone. How are you today? Good? Ready for the demo? I see some faces that came last time. I'm happy. I was expecting more people. They told me there will be 300 people, but it's only 10% of it. Huh? All right. So, so today, as it was introduced, we're going to make a demonstration. We're going to have like 6 different products based in pastry and also in chocolate. During my demo, I love to have interaction with you. So please, questions are more than welcome. Okay? Stop me at any time, you know, if you have a question, and if I have the answer, of course, you know, I will do so. Today, together with me, Corentin will assist me, chef in the academy. He's the guy behind the scene who prepare most of the products. So thank you, Corentin, for already for this part. In a demo, the success of a demonstration, it's always what is made in advance. Then after, it's just running the show. This I will take care of it, okay? Okay? So, you ready? We start? We can start? Okay. So, just to give you a little idea about what we are going to do today, we're going to make one entremet, okay, with different layers, different texture, different techniques as well, which I will introduce while I'm doing it. Then after, we're going to follow by a tartlet. A tartlet, quite easy to make, a very nice flavor combination in this one. After the tartlet, we do have a chocolate bars, which we're going to use and enrobe with the tempering machine, which is there. So that's typical snack treats that you can offer, you know, in hotel, shops, and so on. Easy to eat, okay, every moment of the day. Then I do have a cake, like it's not a marble cake, okay, but it's a cake made in a different layer. Of course, I was very inspired by Dubai, you know, these big trends about the Dubai tablet, okay? And I have retransferred, let's say, the idea of the Dubai tablet in a cake, okay? You will see quite interesting, lots of texture, lots of crunch, all what the people loved. After that, we're gonna have another snack, which is what I call the royal treat. You will see it's a mold that I've created 2 years ago with a chocolate world, a quite nice world, which brings me back to my childhood when we were, you know, my mother was buying these cookies, which the name was Prince, okay? And it's basically 2 sablés. In the middle, there was just a chocolate layer. So simple. So I have basically, I took the idea from this one, recreate the mold, and of course, you know, the final product, it's a little bit more you know, detailed and interesting than this one. And then we're going to finish with one bonbon, okay, which is a combination of yuzu gelée, okay, and pistachio. Pistachio yuzu, quite tricky combination, but you will see, in my opinion, quite interesting. Of course, 6 different products. We're not going to redo the complete product, okay? But the most, let's say, the part that we are able to do. Whatever I don't do, I will explain, okay? If you have a doubt, all the recipes are inside. If you have a doubt, please do ask questions. All right? Okay? So we're going to start now with the entremet. And in this entremet, there is one caramel. I'm a crazy lover about caramel. I made caramel in all different form, all different type of way, texture, and so on. And I will explain to you a little bit the details and what is important, you know, to respect while you do caramel. So ingredients for caramel are almost always the same. We talk about sugar, we talk about glucose, we talk about butter, okay, and we talk about cream, okay. Of course, we can introduce fruit, we can introduce different other type of product. But what is important when you do a caramel, I would say it's the different amounts of the ingredients that will make the difference, and the cooking temperature. But I will explain. If you don't mind, you can scrape this one and put this in the microwave together with the glucose. So I will start by making a dry caramel. Okay, so dry caramel, you have done that before. Always go little by little in a dry caramel. Don't add too much at a time, just to make sure, okay, that you don't create any lumps in it. When we talk about caramel, there are 2 main ways to make caramel. Either you make a dry caramel, either you make a caramel with water, okay? What is the big difference between both is basically the control of the color of your caramel. So here we are talking about caramelization. Caramelization, it's a changing of color, changing of flavor as well. If you cook a caramel, a dry caramel, and you bring at 180 degrees Celsius, all the saccharose will be completely melted, and you will have this nice dark brown color. If you cook a caramel, water and sugar, and you bring it at 180 degrees, the result is the same. Why? Because the amount of water that was inside the caramel has completely evaporated. Okay? It's just a matter of controlling the temperature. So if I want to do a caramel with, let's say, less color, okay, lighter color, okay, I will always start with water and not make a dry caramel. That's the only point. Okay? So little by little, okay. You see, I don't mix in the caramel. It's not needed. Allow the caramel to melt it by itself. Okay. If you see a part that become a little bit too brown, just put it in the center. If you see it's going too fast, just reduce a little bit the induction. And I add little by little my sugar. What is very important when you do a caramel, before you deglaze the caramel, the saccharose must be completely melted. That's very important. Because if you still have some crystals of saccharose into the caramel, this definitely will recrystallize after a while. Okay? You will have this grainy texture. The reason why we put glucose syrup into the caramel is because the glucose, it's anti-crystallizing. So this helps basically to avoid the recrystallization of the saccharose. I always put my glucose syrup into the liquids and not at the beginning. Okay? Many chefs do. At the beginning, they start with the glucose and they add the sugar little by little. By doing that, you need first to evaporate the water which is in the glucose, 19%, okay, before you start to have the caramelization. So why doing that? Much easier to have your glucose syrup together with the liquid part, okay? Glucose syrup, you know, there are different type of glucose, and I will explain now because my caramel, it's almost ready. If you want to take a temperature, we are here around 190 degrees Celsius, okay? When I reach, let's say, the right color, I stop by adding the butter. Always butter first and not the liquid part. Why do I add the butter first? For two main reasons. First of all, you see when I add the butter completely, it's not coming out, okay? So it's more like a safety reason, okay? That's one reason. Second reason, when you add the butter in the caramelized sugar, you are basically creating beurre noisette, you know, this brown butter, which gives lots of flavor, okay? So much more interesting, you know, in terms of flavor. If you start with the cream, the liquid, and you add the butter afterwards, you will have the same result in terms of texture, but not in terms of flavor, okay? That's why it's interesting to put the butter first. Of course, when I add the butter at this stage, you know, it's completely separated. Why? Because there is not enough water and I don't have a proper emulsion. But do not worry, okay? Because we're gonna add now the liquid part, okay? Which is the cream mixed together with the glucose. So my induction now is switched off. Huh? Thank you very much. This is the glucose. Okay, very good. We're gonna add it together. So I'm gonna add the glucose, the cream now. Of course, the vanilla, it's inside. Okay, so I was mentioning, we're gonna add now the glucose syrup, okay? I was mentioning glucose, it's very important to have inside a caramel for one main reason, and the main reason is an anti-crystallizing sugar, okay? There are different types of glucose syrup. You have either a glucose DE40 or DE60 that you can find in the market. I guess here in Dubai, you mainly find only the DE40. What is the difference between both? One is thicker and one is more fluid. So the people believe that one is more liquid because it contains more water. It's not at all. They both contain the same amount of water, which is 19%. The only difference is the hydrolysis of the starch. So hydrolysis, it's basically a process of creating, let's say, a syrup with the starch, okay? We're gonna bring at a certain temperature for a certain time, okay? And basically, the molecular chain will change during the hydrolysis process. What does it mean? That we start with long chain and we're going to reduce the chain by doing the hydrolysis. So shorter the molecular chain become, more fluid the product is. Okay, as simple as that. Okay, great. Great to know that. Little bit the science behind it. Okay. But what is the purpose? Well, you're going to use a 40 DE when you are looking to get a caramel, you know, with a long tail, okay? So if you are looking to make a caramel for a snack bar, for instance, and you are looking like type of Twix caramel, you will increase the amount of glucose and you will always choose a glucose syrup with lower DE. Because it's more viscous. More viscous will give you a longer tail, okay? The other, you know what? I will change the pot. I thought it was I've been a little bit too, this one, is it? So it's very important, you know, the choice of the ingredients according to what you want to do, okay? I don't put any ingredient just because it's in the recipe. There is always a reason, and you need to understand it. Thank you, chef. I will just will be easier. Okay, so this one, it's about the, thank you. It's about, you know, the glucose type. The amount of cream that you're gonna add into a caramel will definitely have an impact. You can start like 2 times sugar for 1 time cream, or you can start 2 times sugar for 2 times cream. If you cook at a certain temperature, the end result, it's the same in terms of texture, but not in terms of flavor, of course. Why? Because if you put more cream, you are basically concentrating the cream, so you will have more milk product into it, which will give you a caramel, more milky caramel, which is the case of this one, okay? So it's always depends about what you want to reach. Okay, so we're gonna take the thermometer. So the recipe, you see, and there is the recipe, then the explanation under. And we're gonna reach 109, correct? Huh? 108, thank you very much. So the final temperature is basically will determine, you know, the texture of the final caramel, okay? So if you want, you will see the caramel when it will be finished, okay? If you prefer to have a caramel firmer, you can give 1 or 2 degrees more. If you want a softer caramel, you go a little bit lower, okay? Here, this is a caramel that I will pipe into the entremet, so I need to have a certain structure into the caramel. Okay, perfect. We have the mixer. Can I have just one of these one, but maybe a smaller one, just to give the emulsion, if you don't mind? Regarding the salt, which is an important part, you see that in the recipe we are talking about fleur de sel, okay? So it's not the cooking salt, it's really, you know, the part of, let's say, the good salt. So where this comes from, if you see the salt lake, you know, is the first course, you know, that it's grated. There is a big difference between this one and the salt, let's say, directly coming from the sea, about the saltiness of the product. If you use cooking salt, the saltiness is higher than the fleur de sel. So pay attention on this one, because if you put normal salt, okay, then it will be a way more salty. So this takes just a little bit of thing. Well done. Prepare this one. So when you make a salted caramel, if you want a salted caramel, as a salted, you add 1% of salt in the overall recipe. If you want to have, let's say, a touch of salt, okay, 0.7. No matter what, when you do caramel, there will be always salt in it. Unless it's a fruit caramel, like I would say passion fruit, raspberry caramel, I won't put salt. But in all caramel, okay, I will always have a part of salt, because salt is an exalter of flavor. So it's important to always add it. So don't forget about this one. important to have the final. Is the smell coming until you? No? So very important to respect the final temperature. As I mentioned, this will determine the consistency of your caramel. The caramel, I always recommend, to prepare a day in advance, okay, and leave it to set, in the fridge overnight. This is when you will get, the best texture and the best result. When the caramel is set, you never warm it up again. Because if you try to warm up your caramel afterwards, automatically, you will destructure the caramel. Basically, the water still inside, okay, will, let's say, you will lose the emulsion on your caramel. And you cannot try to remix and everything. It's not possible. So when the caramel is set, you use as it is. Okay, we are almost there. $105. You can see already, and it start to get more structure. 106. Okay, 108. So time to stop. And a very important part, of course, it's now the emulsion of the caramel. Okay, this is done. So emulsion, it's a key. It's key in many different applications in pastry, because an emulsion will allow you basically to create smaller molecule between water, fat, and dry solids, okay, will have a much better mouth feel, melting behavior, okay? That's the reason why it's so important, to give good emulsion. Second thing, you will have a result which is a way more shiny, okay? Much more interesting visually. So I would say that emulsion, it's never enough. You can even leave that, for, if you want, for 30 minutes. Of course, we won't do that, okay? But more you give emulsion, finer is the final product. If you have like a thermomixer, you can even pour in the thermomixer and leave it, to give better emulsion. So more you emulsify, more you can see the result become shiny and shiny. Why? Because basically we are creating a perfect emulsion and the result gives shininess to the product. Okay, great. So you can see the caramel, it's still very liquid, of course, because it's very hot. Perfect. And what I love to do is to cool down my caramel in ice bath. That's for me the best part. Do not cool down a caramel, a cream, a curd in the freezer, in the shock freezer. It's a big mistake because when you do that, what's happening, you will crystallize the fat, okay, but you won't allow the osmosis between different ingredients. So time is key, you know, to get best result. Sometimes we are in a hurry, we want to go faster, but after the result, it's not good. Any questions? Let's continue. Yes?
You're cooling it now because you want to use it now. But if you want to, you can use it for
That's correct. That's correct. So I'm cooling it now, correct? Because I will use it later. If it was, you know, for the day after, and as I mentioned before, better to do previously, I will lay down on a tray or even this plastic, you know, food grade container, okay? And I will not put more than that as a thing. Put it in the fridge, like 4 degrees Celsius, and always, you know, a cling film, you know, in contact. Leave it there. When the caramel set, what I do personally, I always move the caramel to the chocolate fridge at 14 degrees. The day after, my texture, it's perfect to pipe. Because of course, if you leave the complete night at 4 degrees Celsius, the day after, it's hard. Don't make the mistake to say, I will warm up in the microwave for the reason that I mentioned before, okay? Okay, let's go, chef, with the, yeah?
That you mentioned about the cream, right? The more cream, the taste will be like more milky.
That's correct.
So if you want more caramel, then you reduce or?
So if you want to do the same recipe and you want the product less milky, okay, then you reduce the amount of cream. But at the final, you get the same temperature. So in terms of texture, you will have the same result, but less creamy. You understand? Because you concentrate less milk powder in the product.
Okay, in your recipe, there's any ratio to reduce so many percent?
Well, this one is like 1 to 1, if I remember well. No, I don't have the numbers in front of me, okay? But as I mentioned, you can start 1 to 1, or you can start with 1 to half. So means more sugar, less cream at the beginning, okay? So next one, we're gonna do a palette of green apple. Okay, and I have the basil, perfect, okay? I just need a little, this one? Yeah, super. So, fresh basil, of course, which has been cleaned. I will combine my apple puree. So this one, it's apple puree. It's not an apple juice, okay? Very important. So this is together with the fiber. So of course this one we did buy from puree companies. You want to do it yourself, no problem. You just need to have the machine, you know, to blend the apple. Don't forget, if you do it by yourself, to always add a little bit of citric, you know, in order to keep the color. Fresh basil, okay, I add it here, and I will mix properly this one. I have some lemon juice, okay? I add it here. Okay. Perfect. So, I add puree in a pan. Apple diced, okay, from the same apple. Thank you, Panos. Okay, and I start to warm up this one. Here I have some sugar, I have some NH pectin, and I have some guar gum, okay, and a little bit of gelatin mass. Do you know guar gum? Yes? Do you know the reason why I'm using guar gum in this recipe? Any idea? Guar gum. Who's using guar gum? Nobody's using it in any application? Nobody makes ice cream? No? Okay. So guar gum, it's used, let's say, as a thickener, as a stabilizer, okay? When you do recipes, like in this case, like a gel or gelée, with a low pH, so acidic, okay, you might have a problem of separation after a while, okay? Syneresis effect, okay? It's when basically the protein breaks and release the water, okay? The guar gum, okay, will help, you know, to keep the bind of this one and not release the water. That's the reason why we put guar gum in the recipe, okay? So I combine sugar, the pectin, and the guar gum all together, okay? And I add it, you know, when still puree, it's, let's say, just warm. It's very important. It's very important to add the pectin at the beginning before the product is hot. Why? Because the pectin must be completely diluted into the liquid, okay? And this is the way how the pectin will react the best and make the complete effect of gelification. All right? Okay. So if you put a pectin, whatever pectin it is, you know, when the product is hot, the pectin will react directly. If the pectin reacts directly, you won't have the complete effect. What will happen in a time, your product will dry out. So it's very important that the pectin is well dispersed, okay? And to be well dispersed, you always add when the product is still cold, okay? So now it's just a matter of cooking, okay? You see, it's a quite thick product, okay? It's just a matter of cooking. We're gonna reach approximately 85 degrees Celsius. Why this temperature? Because that's the temperature of gelification of the pectin. So when you reach this temperature, okay, you are sure that the pectin make the correct effect. Here we are using NH pectin, which is a thermo-reversible pectin. This means that you can still warm it up. It will come back, let's say, liquid and gelify afterwards, okay? So it's a LM pectin, low methoxyl pectin, all right? As you can see in the recipe, the amount of sugar is very little. In fact, this palais, when you taste it like that, it's quite acidic. But don't forget that this one will be combined with a caramel and also with a white chocolate Bavarian, okay? So we need to have a punch of acidity into it. Apple, so I'm already at 94, okay? I stop it, okay? The apple diced, you see, I cut it in brunoise, so very, very small cubes. And I want them to still be, let's say, crunchy. That's the reason why I do not cook them previously. If I want them soft, I would have poached them, for instance, in the oven or in a syrup or something like that. But I want to keep the crunchiness. That's why they need to be small, okay, to keep the right, let's say, crunchiness. Okay, and then I finish with a little bit of a very small amount of gelatin mass. This is done, okay? We can put the scale. You see, it looks a little bit like a compote. Okay, so we have prepared rings We're going to build 18 diameter rings. Therefore, this one is the insert inside, so I'm using 16. Probably, you know what? I will do it this way. It will be even easier. No, no.
Oh, okay.
I will go directly. It's and this one, if I remember well, it's 140 grams. Tu peux me prendre une petite palette coudée, s'il te plaît? Merci. Yeah. So I just lay down. One. Okay. By doing that, you lay them down perfectly, and it's done. Palais is ready, goes to the freezer. And this is done. Any questions? Clear so far? Great. Yes?
For this gelatin mass,
Yes.
which ratio you use? 1:5 or 1:6?
Okay. Gelatin mass, it's always according to the bloom of your gelatin. Okay. If you use 180 bloom, it's 1:5. 200 bloom, 1:6. 220, 1:7. Every 20 blooms, you rehydrate one more time. And then the amount of gelatin mass remain the same. You understand? That's why always keep in mind this one. Because if you start to use different time of bloom, of course the result at the end will be a bit different. Okay? Important. Okay, so we're gonna make, again for this start, we're gonna prepare for later on the base of Bavarian. So I do have here milk and cream, okay, the base of the Bavarian. If you don't mind, perfect. Si tu peux déjà me mettre les jaunes et le glucose. So cream, milk and cream. So when you make a Bavarian, you know, some recipes you will see it's like full cream, they make anglaise, or they make half and half, or you can make full milk, or you can make a part of milk and cream. What is the difference? Of course, the final product, more cream you have, I would say more creamy will become the product. But never forget one thing, more fat is your product, less flavor you have into your product, and let's say more heavier will be the product. That's why I like, you know, to have still a combination on milk and cream, but you see the ratio of milk, it's higher than the cream. I work, when I do my recipes, I always work, you know, on percentage, you know, of different part of a liquid, different part of fat, and this helped me, you know, to get, let's say, the perfect result. So you see here, it's egg yolk to make our anglaise, and I combine with glucose. Why do I use glucose? Normally in Bavarian we use normal sugar. Well, you know that white chocolate, it's already a very sweet product, okay? So when we can avoid, you know, and reduce a little bit the sweetness, okay, we try to use also something which is less sweet. This is first thing. Second thing, glucose, it's an emulsifier, okay? So this will help also, you know, to get a better, let's say, emulsion of the base of your Bavarian. Okay? So for the rest, it remains the same. Liquid, eggs, we're going to cook that. We're going to poach this one. So it's a cooking until 82 degrees Celsius. Perfect. So I have the thermometer ready. Okay, and cook à la nappe or poach the anglaise. So 82, very important as well to respect, you know, the good. Okay, I always pass through a chinois or sieve just to make sure, you know, to have no lumps, whatever. Or most of the time, when you make an anglaise, you have vanilla beans, you have cinnamon, and of course, is to remove that. Okay. Gelatin mass, I add it right now. Okay, so gelatin mass, when I do dark chocolate Bavarian, there is no gelatin because the amount of cocoa butter, you know, it's enough, you know, to set my Bavarian. In a white chocolate Bavarian, don't forget that you have other type of fat. You have cocoa butter, but you also have the milk fat. Is it possible to make Bavarian without adding a gelatin? Of course, it's possible. But then you need to carry on more, let's say, more chocolate, okay? Which will make your Bavarian a bit more heavy, okay? So it's not interesting. I will just take the whisk, sorry. 1 second. Thank you very much. So I always let it to melt. Okay, and then just give the emulsion. And it's basically a ganache. We have a ganache ready. Voila, very nice and shiny. I leave it here. We're gonna put cling film. And we're gonna leave it in the fridge to cool it down. Voilà. So this is the base of my Bavarian. So for this first recipe, we are done. There is a recipe of the granola. Of course, I'm not going to make a granola there. Granola, everybody has his own recipe. I present you mine, okay? You put in a granola whatever you like, okay? So it's really up to you, okay? What is important, it's the cooking or the baking temperature of your granola and the time. So to have a granola very crunchy, low temperature, 130, 140 degrees Celsius, and leave it to dehydrate and to caramelize, to have a very nice and crunchy granola. Granola I use in many applications because I think it's really something nice, crunchy, healthy, okay? So which is quite interesting. In fact, today we're going to use as a base of this entremet, and we're going to use also in the chocolate bars. And then the dacquoise, there was a recipe of the dacquoise, which we are not going to do it there. Classic dacquoise, pure hazelnut paste, pure hazelnut powder, okay, very tasty. Now, I'm switching to the next dessert.
Tu veux qu'on leur donne la dégustation de l'entremet?
Pas encore. Next recipe will be the kumquat. Oops. Kumquat and calamansi gelée. Okay. So here again, I have the puree. Do you all know kumquat? Yeah? This little citrus fruit, which is rather bitter and not sour, okay? And calamansi, it's really the booster, you know, that will bring, you know, the freshness to the product. So I have here again some guar gum, some pectin, and here some sugar and some dextrose. Oh, interesting. So, sorry for that. I'm going to start with the combination of sugar and pectin, and I start, you know, to disperse well into the. So this one, just make sure that it's well dissolved before you add the rest of your ingredient, okay? To have the complete effect of the pectin. Again, pectin NH. Why? Because that's a gelée that I can reheat at any time and use in my pastry on a daily basis. This is a product that you can do in advance. Keep it in the fridge for even, you know, 1 week or 2 weeks. It's not going to be any problem. Worst case scenario, you can also vacuum, freeze it, put in the freezer whenever it's needed. You take it out the day before, okay, and you just warm it up and use it. So I have here a combination of sugar and dextrose. When I do a gelée, you need to have enough solids, okay? In this case, solids come from the sugar, okay? But if you put full saccharose, you know, the end result might be a bit too sweet, okay? And that's not what you want. So here, this is the reason why I combine saccharose and sugar. You know the saccharose and dextrose. You know that the dextrose has a sweetness index lower than the saccharose, and also dextrose brings some freshness to your product. So whenever you think about a fruit-based product, think about dextrose. It's exactly the same thing when I do my ganache for my bonbon. Okay, when it's a fruit ganache, I will always have dextrose in it because it's enhance, you know, the fruit flavor of your product. Okay, so here we're going to give a good boil. Caramel glaze, and here we have, okay, perfect. Okay, we're just going to boil it well, clear boil, and we stopped, okay? We can prepare the next one. The whipped ganache? Non, on l'a fait. Tu l'as pas préparé la recette? Ah, c'était... non, mais on avait dit qu'on la faisait devant... non, bah alors on va pas la faire. Pas de souci. Non. Parce que le montage, il était plus loin, non? Ouais, on va respecter ça. So, same thing, when you do this gel, okay, do that the day before, okay? Then you have the perfect, let's say, the perfect texture to use your product. You see now it's boiling, okay? I just leave it like 2 minutes, 1 minute, okay? I have a clear boil, okay? I stop it and I cool it down. Do you have a cool bath? Well. Look at I just want to show you. You see the caramel? Look at the texture of the caramel now. Okay, it's almost a pipeable texture. Okay, so that's great. Of course, this is still a little bit too soft to pipe. So now I would say that it has enough cooling. We're just gonna film and put it in the fridge, please. Okay? You see, very nice, very shiny. Okay, gelée, kumquat here. And same thing, we leave it to cool down that way. Okay, clear?
Chef,
Yes.
for the dextrose, is it possible to check with glucose powder or glucose concentrate?
Okay. No. Glucose powder and dextrose, it's not the same product. A glucose powder, as I mentioned before, is basically the hydrolysis of the starch. Okay, so a glucose powder, you will have a longer chain on the product. It means that you will have a product, okay, which brings a way more elasticity on the product. So when you do the complete hydrolysis of the starch, you get 100% DE, 100% or 100 DE, okay, equal pure dextrose. Okay, so theoretically, no. Then you can have a try, you know, and I'm pretty sure it would work. It would work. Okay, I never tried, but you won't have the same freshness which I'm expecting. You know what the glucose do in the product. Okay, so yes.
And what can we substitute guar gum with?
With what?
What can we substitute it with something?
The fruit.
No, guar gum.
The guar gum,
Yes.
another type of. Okay, I mean, you can always try to do without the guar gum, but take in mind that if you see after 1 or 2 days that your product is leaking, that's the reason. You can add another type of gum, you know, that make the same effect. I'm thinking about guar gum, the caroube gum. Caroube gum could work as well, but still a gum. So if you cannot find, but now I think in the market it's something that you can easily find. Okay. All right. In this recipe, there are some products that we have made, of course, in advance, and you have this beautiful hazelnut chocolate sablé. It's a classic, okay, in terms of dough. Nothing. So I'm talking about page 11. Butter, sugar, eggs, hazelnut powder, flour, and some cocoa powder in it. Okay, make it the day in advance. Then the frangipane. I love frangipane. You know, it's classic for tarts. Okay, gives this nice almond. The base is always made with almonds. Okay, in this case, of course, I've done with hazelnuts. Always pay attention. When you use hazelnuts in whatever recipe, hazelnut contains lots of fibers. Lots of fibers means that it will catch lots of water, will dry out your product. You have seen that when you make ganache, you have seen that when you make ice cream and so on. Okay, so you need to rebalance well the recipe. This one, the kumquat compote or gelée, we just did it right now. And the tonka bean chocolate, okay, the same as we just did for the Bavarian, Anglaise, with a very nice infusion of tonka bean, freshly grated, okay. When it's finished, we basically mix together with the chocolate and we leave it to cool down overnight, okay. Then later on, we're gonna whip it. I'm gonna show you. Okay, so chef, the next one, it's apricot. Okay, perfect. So we are getting now to the chocolate bars. Okay, chocolate bars consist in an apricot paste, almost a tamarind, that you are using in Middle East. Okay, and on top is a matcha filling. Okay, so apricots we could have used like a puree and so on, but that's not what I want. I want to have something, you know, with bite experience. Okay, that's the reason why I use like nice, moist, dry apricots, okay? And they are basically cut it and chopped. What did we put inside here already?
Water,
Yeah.
sugar, vanilla.
Okay. Water, sugar, vanilla are already inside yesterday. Like this, it's rehydrating my apricot, correct? And this one. And we have here some glucose syrup. So the idea here, we're going to cook all this together. Super. And the idea, so glucose, DE40, perfect. And we're going to cook this preparation. And the vanilla is inside, correct? Okay, perfect. So why cooking? Because we need to concentrate basically the syrup into the apricot to obtain this paste. Now it looks already that it's very, very dry, but you will see while cooking the liquid will melt basically. But I want to keep, these pieces. That's why we have cut it, the apricot previously. This one kind of base, you can do the same with figs. You can do the same with whatever type of dry fruit that we have. I like because, let's say, the bite experience is completely different than doing with a puree or a gel or whatever you want, okay? It's a different way. So we're gonna leave it to cook a little bit, okay? Then after, in a mixer, we're gonna mix slightly, keeping some pieces in it, okay? So chef, after this one, we're gonna do the matcha, okay? But the building, we're gonna do it according to the, yeah. So the purpose here is to remove, a maximum of water to create this paste, okay? By doing that, I'm also concentrating, I would say, the sugar. I'm almost candy the apricot, and this allows me to get also a longer shelf life of the product. You see, up here we are, the camera, and you can see, very nice compote, very shiny. So it's like a cooking 2-3 minutes. So the trick here is to rehydrate the day before. Like this, all apricot will take, the syrup, will absorb the syrup. And here is just about drying a little bit, the product. When you see that at the bottom of the pan, it starts slightly to stick, okay, done, it's over, the water. I stop it, okay? Voila. Okay, and I'm gonna mix a little bit. So I keep some pieces, huh? Perfect. Do you have a small tray just to? Yeah, if you have it. I want to show you really, yeah, whatever, trays. Yeah, perfect. Look, this is exactly what we want. Merci. So it's all about having a good bite. Okay? And you just leave it in the fridge, cooling down, and you can use it whenever it's cooled down, you can use it directly. All right? Okay. let's go into the fridge. Okay, this one is perfect. Any question? Clear? Okay, the next one, it will be the filling for this chocolate bar, and it's a matcha tea filling. So not everybody like matcha tea, okay? But I do believe that this combination with the apricot, it's quite interesting. Then later on, you will taste it. You will tell me what you think. Okay, so for this one, we have pure almond paste. I use raw almond paste, not roasted almond paste, because if you use too much of a roasted paste, you will lose, this beautiful flavor of the matcha. This one, we didn't have it available, so we did it ourselves yesterday, okay, by just crushing and processing almonds. I'm gonna add some praline, which will, let's say, bring some solids inside. Voila. This one is good. Then we have the white chocolate, already melted. So the good news is this one, it's a fat-based filling. So let's say in terms of shelf life, it's also important for you. Do not worry, it has really good shelf life due to the fact there is no water inside, okay? And to finish, matcha powder. Okay, we are going to combine this together. And in fact, we're gonna blend it. So you see, it's becoming nice, strong green color. The matcha is so refined, so powder, that it's mixing and is dissolving quite easily. Okay, so when you see that it's this color, which is, let's say, homogeneous, okay, you don't even need to blend it. I don't have any pieces. No, it's perfect. We leave it like that. So this one, we're going to keep it on the side, okay, and we're going to build it later on, okay? Very simple, very clean. I put it here, chef, for later on. Okay, so we have the element for the chocolate bar. Now we're going to make the granola, correct? Is it possible to make the granola crunch first? That is on the top. So this bar, you will see we're going to use like a chocolate bar mold, apricot in the bottom, this matcha filling on top. We're going to enrobe them, and then we're going to put a granola on top, okay? So the same granola that we have used for the cake, but this granola, I want to make like clouds of granola, so pieces of granola. So I need to stick that together. In order to do that, we're going to use a combination of this, it's not in your recipe, a combination of white chocolate and cocoa butter, okay? 60-40. You know, a little bit the same like you use when you make a spray. Why is it a combination of cocoa butter and chocolate? Because I want to keep my granola clear. This one, I use it like a cement, you know, to stick it together. That's the only purpose. That's what we are going to do right now. So in terms of ratio, okay, this will be approximately 10 to 15%, okay? I don't have a proper weight because it depends always how big are the pieces of your granola. I'll show you. So this is our granola. Pour? Oui, une plaque avec papier sulfite. Est-ce qu'on a un plus grand? Yeah. So, look, beautiful granola, very nice and crunch. Voilà. We have more than enough. And this one is what we have prepared. So, granola. Here, my white chocolate and cocoa butter. You see, it's just melted, okay? We're going to control also the temperature. You still have the laser thermometer by any chance? So think about it. This need to set, okay? So this one also need to be ready. So we are talking here around 29, 30 degrees Celsius. I'm 31, okay. It's good. I'm going to give the movement. So I'm just adding a little bit of here. Let's see if it's enough or not. So just combine. You see, I want to keep the beautiful color of granola. Give some movements. The movement will allow, okay, to pre-crystallize the cocoa butter. Two advantages of doing that. The first one, that we can create like cloud, as I told you, okay? And the second thing, we are covering the granola, okay? So this will be against humidity. Don't forget that this will be on the top of your chocolate bars, okay? These chocolate bars, you sell it in confection, in a display, whatever you want, you can keep it for long. If the granola was not covered, okay, it will take humidity, will be moist, and won't be good. With this, let's say, coating, okay, you have zero risk. You see the reason why I'm using a white chocolate and cocoa butter? Because I want to keep this beautiful, let's say, granola color. So I'm just laying down like that, but still attach, because after we're going to break pieces, you will see. Okay. Thank you, chef. And this one goes to the chocolate fridge, okay? We leave it to crystallize. All right, the granola is done. So for these chocolate bars, we are ready. Now we are going to go through the cake. So the cake, we're going to make one, okay? Because we don't, at the end, you know, they are both cakes, not to repeat and to have a better flow. So we're going to do the pistachio cake. All right, so for this one, I have the pistachio powder, icing sugar, we have egg yolks and eggs together, which are this one. We have our pure pistachio paste here. Very good product from Callebaut, by the way. I don't know if you ever tried. Very pure, very intense, a really interesting one. Then we have here some cream. We have olive oil. Olive oil, if you don't want to put olive oil, you can add another oil. Then we have the pastry flour, some baking soda, okay, sea salt here, and then we have the candied orange and the orange blossom, which is this one. This one, I think, no, the butter as well, well done. And this one is the salt. I have 2 times the salt. Maybe it's only 1. And this one, I think it's also an extra, correct? Yeah, it's an extra one. Okay, so can I have a sieve, chef, please? So the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to take I'm going to take here the cream, which I'm going to warm it up. You can sieve already, please, the icing sugar. So I have cream. Okay, we're going to warm it up. Okay, I'm going to add, when the cream is ready, we're going to add the oil, the pistachio, and also the melted butter. Okay, so butter here together with the cream. So this one, you melt it. You don't boil, you just, we just melt. That's why I'm not going to go too. In the meantime, we sieve the sugar together. Well, the pistachio powder, it's already sieved. We don't need to sieve it. It's perfect. And then after, if you don't mind, to sieve on a separate one the flour together with the baking powder. Okay, I'm going to use a mixer, a bowl.
Chef, I have a question.
Yes,
Why this recipe has butter and oil?
butter and,
Oil. Olive oil.
okay, what is the oil makes in cakes? Moisture. It brings some moisture. So if you make full butter, okay, it can work, okay, but your cake will be, let's say, harder, less moist, okay? Oil always brings some softness. That's the reason why there is a part of oil. And of course, the butter gives the flavor. A cake full of oil, I think it's always a bit too soggy, too less interesting in my opinion, okay? I like to combine both in this case. And don't forget that we also have the pure pistachio paste, which contains also oil, okay? Yeah. Perfect. Okay. Up, butter. Okay, so here, in the meantime, I have my all eggs. Okay, and egg yolk. You see, this recipe, there is a part of eggs and egg yolk. Say, why egg yolk in this recipe? Well, you know, or at least you should know, that egg yolk contain lecithin, okay? And the lecithin is basically has a binding effect, okay? This one will create, let's say, a better homogeneous texture to your cake. That's the reason why we do use some egg yolk in the recipe. So I need the whisk for this one. The bowl is there. Just want to check. Okay, icing sugar. So in the recipe, it's written combining the egg mixture together with pistachio and sugar, correct? Okay. Make a slight difference, okay? Start first with eggs and sugar because this will help, you know, to give a little bit of volume to your product, and then we're gonna add the pistachio. If you add the pistachio directly, having the oil, you have less volume. So it's more interesting to add it later. Okay. So it's quite a lot of ingredients. The salt, we can put it together with the flour, like this, we don't forget. Okay, that's perfect. This one, my milk and butter are ready. I'm gonna add now. So induction, it's off, huh? I'm gonna add the pistachio and oil. Perfect. Oil. Okay, we just combine these together. So when you do a cake mass, what is also very important is to control the temperature. And I'm looking for the... Le thermomètre laser, il était là, je pense. Okay, perfect. So here I'm at now 14 degrees Celsius, which is a bit cold, but okay. But here now I'm at 45 degrees Celsius. This one is too hot to add. So I'm just gonna transfer now. Okay, this one is done. I will show you the just to give you an idea. You see, we have a mass, okay, which is well blanched. Okay, that stage I add the pistachio powder. Very pistachio. Just combining. We are not whipping anymore. I'm adding my mixture here. So now I am at 17 degrees Celsius. You always try to be, let's say, between final product between 20 and 25. Not more, because don't forget that you have the baking soda inside of the mixture, okay? And if you are too low, the fat will recrystallize the butter. So it's not good. You won't have a good texture. How can you, if you don't take the temperature, how can you visualize that is a good temperature if it's shiny? If it's shiny, it means that you are at right temperature. So now here, I am at still a little bit hot. But here, I'm a little bit colder. So, okay, I'm adding now this part, 1, 2, 3, okay, perfect. Voilà. While it's combined, okay, we can add flour baking salt. Before I continue, I will just clean well the side of the pan, of the bowl, sorry. Okay. $22.23. Okay, so we're good. Orange, candied orange in cut in cubes, and then here we have the orange blossoms. Okay, the orange blossoms, the quantity will always depend about the orange blossom that you are using. To be honest, what we are using now, okay. The best is to use the pure extract of orange blossoms. The best one that I found was in Lebanon. They make an orange blossoms, which is just amazing. But it's an extract. Extract, of course, is not cheap, okay? But you put like 2-3 drops, okay? This one is a water orange blossoms. So you need to increase the quantity. So ingredients, it's always key. You know, if you want to have a good result, you need to have the perfect ingredient from the beginning. Okay. This one is done. Okay. You can see the mass. We have very shiny mass, okay? And the reason why it's shiny is because we are, let's say, on the right temperature. I'm adding now all the oranges. Then after, you add whatever you like. If you like to add some, I don't know, pistachio pieces, add it. If you want to have a candied lemon, whatever, okay? It's really up to you. And this one, not sure it will taste it like I want, but we add it. So we combine this well, the mass. Done. And then we're going to use cake molds. So when I have made this cake, of course, whenever you travel, you never got the same mold, you never got the same ingredient, you never got anything. Either you bring all by yourself, but then it's a lot of luggage, or either you, let's say, accept what you find. So we have these molds. The one that I use normally are larger and a little bit higher, okay, with straight sides. The purpose of this is basically after baking, we're going to slice those one and put a filling in between. That's the reason why it's important to have straight edges. These one are quite okay because they are small, so we're going to make it with this one. Normally this cake is built in 3 layers of cakes and 2 times the filling. But because this one is very tiny, I made it only 1 cake, 1 filling, 1 cake, which will be also fine. So this one, so butter and flour. Can I have a piping bag, please? And we're gonna scale to, in this specific case, 260. Huh? That's what we. Then after, it will be always up to the cake mold that you have at home. but think about it's always like a two-third filled, okay? One second. It's too fast, you know. Thank you. Okay. $240. Voilà, 260. Okay? So, because I want those cake, let's say, not to grow up, okay, I'm gonna bake them, you know, with a tray on top. So we're gonna put baking paper first, okay, a tray on top. The best, it's always a tray, perforated tray. Like this, you allow, you know, the good ventilation of the oven to come under. And the result should be like, you know, this toast bread, okay, that it goes on the corner. Of course, it exists mold, you know, with lids. If you have those molds, then it's perfect, and use those ones, okay? All right, so let's bake this one. Any questions? So we're gonna build this cake, of course. I just wanna make this one to show you. But we have, of course, cake ready. You still okay, guys? Yes. You're so quiet today. I don't like that, huh? What's happened? They always told me in Dubai there was life, everybody is crazy. Huh? Here, when you talk about party, Lebanese people start to talk. Huh? Okay, guys. So, this one, at the moment, I don't need it. Let's make the filling. Tu peux préparer, ouvrir les cakes et tu me sors 3 coupées vanille et 3 coupées pistache. Il faut que j'ai le bottom et le top. Tu vas voir, tu vois. So, this is the our famous pistachio filling like a Dubai bar. Of course, everybody has his own way and so on, okay? I don't like too much, you know, the heaviness of this one because they cooked in butter and so on. I do a little bit differently. So I have here our gold chocolate, okay? We have here some butter. This is an anhydrous butter which has been cooked like a brown butter. Very tasty, very perfumed butter. And I will tell you why I'm adding this one. So microwave. So this is a little bit what we call in Italy the cremino, okay? So cremino, it's like a praline, okay? Something that you can cut easily. In order to cut easily, you need to have the right texture. So it's always, let's say, a balance between the different fat matrix, okay? We have cocoa butter, we have butter, and we have oil as well, okay? So when you have these 3 fats together, okay, if there is too much cocoa butter, it will be too hard. If there is too much oil, it will be too soft, okay? So I combine, you know, just to make sure that when the product is finished, at room temperature, okay, I can easily cut my product, okay? Just to give you an idea, when I do this filling, like the bonbon, and bonbon, when I want to cut, like with a guitar, I am in between, so I have a total fat, because it's a fat-based product, of 45% of total fat between the oil and so on. And the cocoa butter, I'm approximately at 11%, okay? And this allow me, you know, to give the right texture. Of course, this will always depend about the amount of dry solid that you have inside your product. More dry solids, more cocoa butter you need. This is what I explain, you know, when I do my ganache formulation course and the praline. We go through all this theory and I explain deeply. Here is just, let's say, a little overview. But if I need to go into details, we need to go a little bit deeper. Okay, so the gold chocolates together with this butter, well melted. Great. Okay, perfect. Well melted. We're gonna add now the pure pistachio paste. There is a part of a praline, and in this case, it's an almond praline. Then I have my caraif, which is just roasted in the oven. No butter, no nothing. Just roast it in the butter, low temperature, until you have a nice golden brown color and, let's say, a good crunch. So I'm adding always first all the fat-based product. So in this case, chocolates, anhydrous butter, pistachio paste, and praline. Great. Combine this well. And this one, you need to reach a temperature around 24 degrees Celsius. Why? Because that will be, let's say, the temperature of pre-crystallization of your product. You see, all inclusions, I leave it aside. I first pre-crystallize, then I add my inclusions. So here, okay, we are a little bit too warm, no worries. We can cool it down directly on the table. So always give movement, very important for the good pre-crystallization. 25. So respect always the temperature of pre-crystallization. If not, you won't have, let's say, a good cut. Okay. Merci. Okay, control again. 24. Okay, perfect. So, pistachio pieces, slightly roasted, fleur de sel, always, sea salt, okay? And then we have the roasted Callebaut, okay? We're gonna break it, slightly break it, okay? No powder, slightly break it. Make sure that you don't have like pieces together. Okay, perfect. Done. And then it's just a matter of combining that together. Dans une poche. Ouais, si tu veux bien. Okay, perfect. Then we have our cakes. Great, thank you. This is the cake that we have prepared yesterday. Okay, so this one is the vanilla one. Okay, you see, very compact, nice. So it's not aerated cake, and you see they are quite compact cake, and this is exactly what I'm looking for. And this is, let's say, the pistachio, okay, with these nice orange pieces. You can see it's very soft inside. Okay, it's just what I'm looking for. So normally they are built. Okay, so I'm gonna take the same molds. I just add some cling film inside, okay? And we're gonna build the opposite way, okay? So I'm putting a layer of vanilla. So one time you make vanilla, and the other time you make in the opposite way, like this. You use all of them. So for this one, I'm gonna use the scale. And if I remember well, yesterday we put 150, correct? 150 grams for this mold. The idea is almost to have, let's say, the same height, cake, fillings, cake, okay? 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. You prefer more, you put more. You prefer less, you put less. That's really up to you. $135. Oops. 150 sharp. It's all? Okay. Perfect. Well calculated. $149. So just tu peux donner une plaque, s'il te plaît? Then, of course, we put the vanilla. Then don't make mistake, put the top of the pistachio here now. One. Ou même un papier cuisson, c'est bien. Et si tu peux juste me prendre une autre plaque pour appuyer. Nickel, top. OK, vas-y. So just put a paper on top. Hein? You push well, like this, the filling will come even, okay? And then we just put in the fridge. Put it in the fridge to completely crystallize at 4 degrees Celsius, okay? When it's set and crystallized, after you move at 14 degrees Celsius, okay? Because it's a filling like a chocolate, so you don't need to have it completely cold. Do you want to make a production, keep it in the freezer? No problem at all. rub them individually, okay? When you need it, remove it, leave it in the cling film until it's unfrozen, remove and glaze, okay? And it's done, okay? After you will taste everything, and don't worry. So this one, you can wrap it. Okay, perfect. Any questions? Everything clear so far?
Chef, I have a question.
Yes.
The pistachio cake mix, why does it have icing sugar? Why not regular sugar?
It's a matter of, I mean, you could use a regular sugar. When you beat eggs, let's say eggs, this one, it was a combination with eggs and egg yolk, which means it contains less water because the water, it's inside the egg white, correct? Okay, so it's to ensure, let's say, that the sugar is properly dissolved, that's it. But to be honest, I think it would be okay as well with with a regular sugar. Of course, if you have regular sugar, the grain, it's quite thick, you know, you don't want to keep the pieces inside, that's it. That's, but it's possible. Okay. So, if you don't have questions, we're gonna continue. What is the next, chef?
Caramel pecan.
Okay, we're gonna make pecan caramel. So that's, we talk about now the treats, the royal treats. This is the mold I will show you after. So as I mentioned to you before, I'm coming closer here. Ça, l'eau, on peut l'éliminer avant qu'elle ne tombe, parce que moi je vais la faire tomber. So, as I mentioned to you before, you know, when you do a caramel, you see the ingredients are almost the same as the previous caramel. Of course, there was some pure pecan paste. Where is the pure pecan? No, there was no pure pecan paste in this one. Sorry, I said it's a pure pecan one. But the proportion are different. And you will see the end texture will be completely, will be different. Here, I'm looking for a caramel. When I bite it, it's really like, you know, a soft caramel, not a leaking caramel, a caramel that has certain texture, but I'm not looking for something stiff, okay? Because at the end, it's a snack. You need also to finish it. And that's also the reason why yesterday I had on Instagram a person that was asking me, how come, chef, you put inclusion into your caramel? Is this become moist and soft? Yeah, it's a good point. He's right. It can become soft, but it will always depend the temperature that you are cooking your caramel. If you make like caramel for bonbon, okay, which are usually cooked, let's say 104, the amount of water, it's quite high, okay? So if you put an inclusion, automatically it will become soft, okay? But when you are cooking caramel, you know, let's say with more structure inside, okay, that's no problem you can put. Of course, I will never add something crunchy, like feuilletine, like biscuit and so on. I won't do that. But here, a nut, it's just perfect, okay? Okay, so we start the same way with our dry caramel. Here we have the cream already mixed with, no, the glucose is here. So I'm going to add already the glucose into the cream. I will just need the bamix ready with a little, un litre et le, oh top, sorry. So you see this one, I think we're going to cook until 105, okay? So we are a little bit lower in a cooking, that will have a different texture. Chocolate inside, very interesting to put chocolate into the caramel. Maximum amount, take into account, chocolate between 10 and 15%. You cannot add more than that in a caramel because it won't absorb it. So this means something. It means that when you want to do a caramel with chocolate, use the right chocolate. Means a chocolate that has, you know, power, a chocolate that has a real, you know, identify flavor. If you use a classic regular chocolate, you won't taste it. Not interesting. Can we use cocoa powder? Yes. Less interesting in my opinion. Chocolate gives away more, let's say, final flavor, okay? Because in the chocolate, of course, we are using, you know, like cocoa beans, like from origin and so on. That's what makes, at the end, the product very interesting. Okay, so caramel, boom, finito. Then we're gonna add again the butter. Someone was asking me yesterday about how come you put the butter before and not after when it's at 40 degrees Celsius. Well, can we put the butter when the caramel is at 40 degrees and mix? Yes, it's possible, but it will depend always how your caramel is formulated. Take into account that whenever fat you add into a caramel, you need to have enough water available to keep the emulsion. Okay? If your caramel is too cooked, you can mix as much as you want, the fat will always go out. When you do this way, you know, it cooked together. So my fat, it's already included in my composition, okay? So there are things just to take into account that you need to, we need to pay attention. Okay, let's go. Butter. So this one will go much faster because proportion-wise, I have less cream. Okay, and I add liquids. Attends, je vais bien gratter, sorry, because the glucose is still on the bottom. Perfect, thank you very much. Okay, and this one, it's for after its inclusion. So 105. We need just, yeah, to cool down. 102, 103, 104. Okay, we're already done. You see, less liquids. Of course, this one, compared to the other one, will have much more caramel flavor. The other one will have like caramel, let's say, milky flavor. So it's very, very different. Done, chocolate, and then well mixing. J'ai juste gardé la. Tu peux la mettre dans le pot qu'on va utiliser. Yes. You want to come and smell? Nice chocolate caramel, huh? All right. You see caramel, it's very liquid now. That's why I don't add the pecan now. I'm gonna let the caramel to set first, okay? And then I'm gonna add the pecan afterwards. Perfect. Ok. Génial. Top. On peut le remontrer. You see, this one, okay? It's not yet finished. This one, we need another, let's say, cool down, okay? I will show you the finished product. So this one, we can put, if you want, on un plus petit pot pour avoir la plus de place. Si tu as, autrement, tu le mets comme tu veux. Okay. Pecan, I leave it here, close to the caramel, to don't forget. All right, so, what is the next, chef? Okay, tu vas la prendre. Okay, the yuzu, I'm switching now to the bonbon, okay? So, it's a combination, as I told you, yuzu gel together with a pistachio ganache, okay? The yuzu gel, it's same way as we did with the kumquat, okay? Same way. So I'm not going to redo it, okay? They are ready. We did it yesterday, and you will see it's a gel which is very nice, in my opinion, very nice fluidity. This one has been cooked at 104, okay? So 104, you have a bricks approximately 55 bricks. With a low pH, shelf life, go secure, no problem. That's the first advantage and good point. The second thing is that you want it firmer, okay, cook it a little bit more. This bonbon, I want really when you eat it, that let's say the syrup, you know, it's a syrup, that it explodes and it's not a gel, okay? So it's a little bit a difference, okay? So it's ready. The bonbon, you will see when I will unmold them later on, I make a very simple design. And we're just going to put like one quarter, 1/3. Yeah. Tu regardes hein, s'ils sont bons. Voilà. Don't put here on top. Okay, you see, because we bake them directly, okay, they are very fresh, so they grow up a little bit above, you know, above the tray. But it's fine, no problem. What is important that it's completely filled, okay? Because after, as you say, and we are cutting the edge. Important is also to unmold them directly. I do it? I thought you were going to do it. Okay. Et voilà. So this is done. This one we can remove. coup de lavette, s'il te plaît. Merci. Okay, this is for the... So we're going to do the ganache for this one. The pistachio ganache. Celui qu'on remplira, le moule, c'est celui qui est à droite. À 1 heure, on avait dit. Ouais, ouais. Okay, let's make it now this pistachio ganache. You will see it's a ganache which is very intense. Most of the people combine pistachio with white chocolate, you know, because it becomes green. I'm not a big fan, so I prefer to use milk chocolate. But again, this is really up to each one. So I have here some chocolate and some cocoa butter, okay, which I will melt together, okay, in the microwave. Perfect. Then we're going to warm up the cream. So for that, I need a little pot. Okay, I'm not going to go through the complete theory of a ganache today, but I will give you some tips. Here, you can see I'm using milk for my ganache and not cream. Why? You are using milk, it's a disaster. Well, 2 reasons. Ganache, it's always a formulation. It's always a balance between water, fat, and sugar, and dry solids, actually. So it's very important when you do a ganache that you do not go over 38% of total fat. If you go above 38% of total fat, you have a risk, high risk of separation, okay? It's not stabilizing the ganache. Here in this recipe, we are using some pure pistachio paste, okay? Because that's what we want, a pure pistachio paste. Of course, if I do use pistachio paste together with my cream, my overall, I will be around 42, 43% of fat. Not good. First reason. Second reason is, in the meantime that I talk, I'm going to warm it up, and then I will explain you this one. The second reason is flavor-wise. Remember what I told you before. The induction. Elle est parfois capricieuse ou ça chauffe? Ah, pourtant. Bah, il faudrait. Ou peut-être enlever la prise et la remettre. Tiens, je viens d'enlever la prise là. Il faudrait la remettre. Les trucs de panneau, ça va pas tenir. Avec grec.
No.
Ok.
Ah, c'est
Yeah.
ça.
So, this was concerning, let's say, the fat content, the reason why I'm starting with milk. Second reason, of course, it's about flavors, okay? So, more fats you have in a recipe, more you will hide the flavor that you want to put. And I'll give you a very good example, okay? If you make coffee, either you make coffee with water, coffee, okay? Or either you make a coffee in the milk, okay? Where are you going to get the strongest flavor? With water, of course. Why? Because there is nothing that disrupts the infusion. It's clear, it's neutral, more infusion, okay? In the milk, and there is the milk fat and this and so on, and this, you know, will band, you know, the flavor expansion of your product. So they are all advantages to use, in this case, the milk. But then the people always care. You know, when I do my ganache courses, we do ganache with water. Oh, chef, you do ganache with water. How can you do that? The shelf life, the this and that. It's all about formulation. It's all about being able to formulate properly your recipe, and you can do with water, no problem at all. You just need to understand the mechanism, the parameter, okay, to have a final result. Believe me, I do some ganache with hazelnuts, like pistachio and so on, completely with water. The flavor, it's wow. The only difference is that you won't have, let's say, this creaminess in your mouth. But do we always really want to have that? I'm not sure, okay? It's different, and it's very interesting. Okay, saying that, so this is the chocolates, almost chocolate and cocoa butter, almost melted, very good. So this one, I warm up my liquids 40 degrees Celsius. It's a cold process ganache. Okay, why 40? Because 40 degrees, you are 100% sure. Oops, I said 40, I'm already, because I talk too much. Yeah, I'm already a little bit too hot. It's okay, we're gonna cool down the ganache. Okay, here the cocoa butter is not completely melted. Normally it should be completely melted, but my liquid, it's a little bit too hot. So I will put it this way. Salt, don't forget. Together with the liquid, it's melting. And then I'm gonna add here my chocolate and cocoa butter. Why do I add cocoa butter in this recipe? Because I want a ganache that I can pipe in an easy way, okay? And cocoa butter bring me the fluidity while piping. Of course, it will also bring some texture, you know, to the product. Okay. Meantime, I will mix this one and I will add. So this one I will keep it. 1 second. Tu peux m'ajouter la pâte pistache, s'il te plaît? So I'm now here, 40 degrees, I'm a little bit too hot. It's okay, we're gonna cool it down. I'm adding the pistachio. And of course, pistachio contain oil, we know, we are around 62% of oil, but the rest, it's dry solids, okay, and in this case also fibers. So this will give basically structure as well to your ganache. Tu scrapes là et puis après on va le récupérer. Voilà. Parfait. Voilà, very shiny ganache. Okay, we are a little bit, as I told you, a little bit too hot. So maximum, this one between 30 and 33. It's a, let's say, white base. Yeah, in fact, I'm at 40 degrees, okay? That's not good, it's okay. We're gonna cool it down. If you respect, but I was talking too much. If you respect the temperature, you get directly into the...
Chef, you put the rice oil?
Huh?
The rice oil?
Yeah. Look at how nice texture we have. So here, this is not chocolate, huh? It's a ganache, it's a water base. So don't start, you know, to give movement like this one. Go delicate, okay? You don't want to add air bubbles into your ganache, or less as possible. So I'm just very gentle, okay? And just cool it down. $34. Ok. Voilà. Tu peux ouvrir la poche? Toi, tu veux le... Ça, c'est bien, tu mettais des gants. If this works... Very good. Ready? Laisse release un petit peu. Ouais, merci. Parce que... Ok, done. Ok. Okay. We're going to fill up this one, then we're going to make the base for the entremet, and then we're going to stop for lunch. $31, okay, good. When a ganache is quite liquid, we make a small hole. On va commencer, il faudrait que le caramel, s'il est bon, tu le mettes dans la poche déjà. On va faire le montage du gâteau. Et alors préparer aussi le géant du jas. Voilà. Regarde si celui de ce matin il est bon, on peut le prendre. Je l'ai mis là. Non. Il était... Ouais, c'est bon. All right. So this one. Tu l'as trouvé? Okay, perfect. Okay, until the edge, perfect. Okay. This one we can put in the fridge if you don't mind. Okay. So, I'm going to show you something. This is the caramel that we did this morning, and this is the one that has been made yesterday, okay? It's exactly the same caramel, okay? Of course, this one, it's completely set, and this one, it's still soft. And you can see there is a difference of color. That's, you know, due to the fact of the, let's say, the temperature. Alors, let's use the one which has the best texture to pipe. This one is coming, you see, from the fridge. It was in the fridge there. It's almost good, but it's a little bit too hard. This one will be very easy to use. So we're going to use the one of this morning. Thank you, sir. So we need, yeah. Perfect. You see, and this is really a caramel, not with a long tail, okay? It's really a pipe, a caramel to pipe. Even in a snack, it's great. Here, I'm not scaling. I choose the right tip that I want. Okay, let's say respect the diameter. Okay, and you have the let's say the right amount. Okay, like this one. Okay, we freeze it back, and this one is one part. Then we're going to prepare the second part, which is the based one. Donc là, il faut le bravo. On s'est déjà compris. Okay, so remember granola. We're going to make a crunchy base for this cake with a granola. So I've prepared my rings, and yeah, that's the correct one. Rings. So this still 16 with voilà, and so I make a gianduia granola because when you cut, it needs. If it's too hard, if it's only chocolate, you know, it will completely brittle, okay? Of course, when it's frozen, sometimes it does, okay? But the idea is when you cut, that you don't have too much resistance and it's holding this one. So, Corentin is basically making the correct amount. So you see, again, it's really the minimum of gianduia to stick my crumble. This is a base like a rocher base. You can make some small snack on this one. It's really delicious. This one, chef, wasn't the recipe. That's what I saw that it was a little bit too dry, so I forgot to put my pure hazelnut paste, but no worries, we're still on time. Up, little bit of sea salt. That's better. After, you can add whatever extra crunch you like. You want to add some feuilletine, go for it. But here, I remain more, let's say, on the granola concept, granola idea. And of course, I will always scale. And if I remember well, it was 140. $130. $130. 116. Perfect. Petite palette. Génial.
What is the size of
16. That's why because normally I use to build in the 20 and this one the 18. That's why, you know, let's say the proportion that I have made a little bit too much according to what we are doing, because the rings it's smaller. But yeah, this one it's a 16. And we're going to build in the 18 mold. So you see, it's just one layer. Just make sure that it's covered everywhere. Okay. Then we're going to add our dacquoise. Very good. Perfect. Les dacquoises, elles sont... Ah, c'est putain. Thank you. Okay, just press well, just to make sure that it's completely sticking, and then we put this one also in the freezer, okay? Okay. So, 1 o'clock, perfect. We are on time. Let's make a break, if it's fine with you. Huh? I think they have prepared some lunch. Let's make a 35-minute break, and then we come back, and we're gonna do the rest, okay? Thank you. Bon appétit. Can you check Corentin? Corentin. Can you call him? Okay. Is the mic on? Yeah? Is the mic on? Yeah? You hear me? No? You don't hear me? Is the mic on? No? Yes? No? No? Hello? 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 1, 2, 3. Huh?
Did you forget it during the break?
No, no, I put
To
it.
see the battery, just to see the battery, because you never know. Now it's on.
It's on, but it was on. It was already on. The battery, yeah, no, it's working. It seems like it's working.
Inside fully?
Yeah, no, but whatever. Don't touch my butt, bitch. All right.
You climb it outside.
Okay. I hope you had a good lunch. So, let's go. Now we are going to build every things. You remember when this morning we did this this beautiful caramel pecan. Now the texture is just, you can see very, very shiny and nice texture. This is what I'm looking for, okay? I add now the pecan, pecan pieces, okay, which are slightly roasted. And this is basically the mold. This is the mold that I was telling you this morning. You will see when we unmold, it's written snack in it, and it has this shape of this cookie that I was telling you this morning about my childhood. So we are going to fill up the molds. So I made one mold with dark chocolate, the other one with milk. I didn't have gold chocolate available. If not, when you make the contrast between colors, it's beautiful. I avoid the white, you know, for the sweetness. So don't hesitate to put a little bit more. Right after, no worries. We're gonna lay down with a little palette. You see, plenty of pieces coming out. Voilà. Je peux te mettre ça ici? C'est gentil. Then I'll take a small palette here, and you just... Here you don't care that you have a little bit caramel on the side, because in between there will be a biscuit. You know the shortbread? We're going to talk about it. What is important that it's completely filled, okay? Because the beauty of this snack that the caramel, I would say that the caramel shell is very, very thin, okay? And when you eat this snack, you have really the crack, okay? So it's important to have well filled. We clean the mold. Voila. This is one. Tu peux les sortir. Voilà. Nice and clean. And we put them back in the fridge, you know, chocolate fridge for the complete crystallization. Okay, this one is done. Remember the entremet that we start before the lunch. Now it should be set. Perfect. Attends encore un tout petit peu. Voilà. Ce que tu peux déjà faire, c'est sortir. On doit le construire maintenant, le montage
sur le plan, ouais.
Le montage de l'entremet, ok. Alors à ce moment-là, sortir la base de la bavaroise, la réchauffer légèrement. Ok, and here, I'm gonna put this one inside. Voilà. So push well.
The Callebaut or the what? The new design?
Okay. We're going to complete the Bavarian. We can whip the cream, Corentin, please. Non, c'est bon. So, remember the base of the Bavarian that we did this morning. As you can see now, is jellified, is due to the gelatin that we have inside. It's perfect. We just need to warm it up around 25 to 30 degrees. I know it's written 35. Go a little bit lower in this one. Now I should be at, you see, 12 degrees Celsius. It's a way too cold, you know, to combine. So I'm just going to put a little bit in the microwave, warm it up to get the right consistency and the right temperature. After you're gonna taste this one, les verrines. On peut déjà les sortir. Okay. Okay, perfect. This one is getting ready. So just remove some pieces of granola coming out. Oops. Oh, perfect. Ouais. Ouais, il faut qu'elle ait un peu de structure. Ok. Je crois que c'est bon. Hein. La petite noire, on n'a plus ça. La petite quantité. C'est gentil. So, approximately this. Thank you. J'en peux utiliser une seconde. So you see here, I'm not whisking, I'm just combining. In fact, my whisk is not moving, it's just to break down, you know, the complete. Perfect, and I finish with Maryse. So we're gonna make you the tasting of this one. Today I had a very good cream. Yesterday we had a cream which not really interesting cream. You see the difference of texture?
Big from here.
It's a complete different one. So you will excuse me for the Bavarian that you will taste. It's a little bit sticky, but the cream was yeah, not the correct one. But today we got really very nice cream, so we have very nice texture. That's exactly what. Yes, you can go with the tasting. So in the meantime, I'm gonna build. So Mr. Panos, you see on this cream, this is what we need. Huh? Beautiful one. Les ciseaux. Ah ouais, c'est ça. À sa place, c'est bien. Okay, so I make a quite large cut. Okay, and we start here to fill up. Ah, that's very nice and light. Much better than what we had yesterday. So I was mentioning to you about the cream, how important the quality of your ingredients. This is very, you know, you have a very nice and soft cream. And yesterday I had a cream which was full of carrageenan, okay, which makes your cream very heavy. Probably good for cooking, but not for pastry. Rien à voir. On part sur deux trucs complètement différents. Thank you, boss. You can take this one too, Panos. Okay. De quoi Ouais, on les a décongelés, c'est pas top. Hein. Okay, this is for the entremet. Okay. Any questions? So far, so good? Okay. So, let's go to the next one. Is the tartlets now? Okay. So we're gonna now do the tartlets. You remember this morning we did a kumquat compote. Okay. This is exactly the same, which has been made yesterday, and it's set. It has, let's say, the consistency that I need it. So you see, when it's set, it looks like it's hard, you know? It's hard. But because it's an NH pectin, you can break the structure, okay? If it was yellow pectin, high methoxyl, it wouldn't have worked, okay? Because you cannot break it anymore, the consistency. Here, just break it, and you see you have a beautiful consistency, okay? Alors, ça c'est pour le truc. Ok, parfait. Donc là, j'ai juste besoin d'une poche, s'il te plaît. So, tartlet, frangipane. I first bake the tartlets 10 minutes in the oven, then cool down, apply the frangipane, and bake for another 10 minutes. Why? This will give you a very crunchy dough. But if you want to bake all together, completely possible. The only difference is the dough won't be as crunchy as it is if you bake in 2 times. And it's also very nice. I like it, you know, when the dough, it's like crunchy but like a semi-soft together with the frangipane. It's a choice. You prefer this, you do it this way, you prefer the other way. Okay, so let's complete this one. In the meantime, when I do that, Corentin is preparing already the whipped ganache that I explained to you, and he's gonna whip the ganache actually. Bless you. Okay, so here, this way, bless you. Okay, and then just so if you think it's not a lot, I would agree with you, but don't worry because we're gonna add after an extra layer, okay? Go until the edge, keep it very clean. You can put a little bit more. Tu as sorti les tartelettes du frigo? Les tartelettes du frigo, on les a sorties? Les tartelettes déjà terminées? Il faut les sortir, mets-les dans le chariot, qu'elles prennent température. Voilà. So I'm gonna put 2 minutes in the freezer. Ah non, I need it for after. It's fine.
Use panos to cut the tartelettes.
Wait. Right.
Panos?
We need you for a moment. Okay, so when you whip the ganache, stay close to it, because it goes quite fast because there is a lot of dry solid. It needs to have structure, but remain very shiny as well. Ouais. Ouais, mais après, à mon avis, il doit participer. On peut peut-être en tenir 3 pour le buffet. Si on coupe ça en 4, enfin, tu vois. Ok. You see, we have a nice structure. Je vais mettre ça là. Ça, j'ai besoin pour après. Okay, so I'm gonna use a piping. Ouais. There is a smell of tonka bean, which is good. Tu prépares une plaque avec les cartons, s'il te plaît, pour les déposer. Then after, the way how you put it, the way how you decorate, it's really up to you. These piping things, you know, it's really coming back a lot because at the end it's the art of a chef. So I'm just going right in the middle. Thank you. Peut-être en mettre un tout petit peu plus qu'elle colle. Don't worry, we have prepared some in advance. And the last one. Okay, this one, chef, is done. Then I'm going to take a little bit more of this kumquat. Okay, center, and you make a nice the nips. Then I'm going to use a little bit of nips. On top here. It gives an extra taste, an extra crunch as well. Voila. So this one can go directly on top of the buffet if you want. And this one, I would say, it's done. Panos is cutting for you. Like this, you can taste it. And we are going to continue with... Huh?
The bar.
Okay, chocolate bars. Any questions? You're hungry. You want to eat some sweets? It's coming. Okay, so classic molds, classic bars mold with the flat bottom. Okay. Remember the apricots. Thank you. we did this morning. Ça, on peut le remettre après dans le kumquat, si tu veux bien. So you see, I break as well here the consistency, but you see, with lots of pieces, fiber, it's exactly what I'm looking for. It's not a gelée, this is a paste, I remind you. Just break a little bit the... Tu peux prendre le... et alors éventuellement la réchauffer un petit peu s'il y a besoin. Ouais, il faut la réchauffer légèrement. Léger. Hein. So, make the hole big enough because there are the pieces that must come out. And you fill up approximately half of the whoops. Okay. So I take a small pallet and I just lay down perfectly. Like this, I have the space to put the matcha filling. Great. So half. Yeah. Sounds good. Remember the matcha filling that we did this morning? We left it there. Okay. Now, very important. You just bring it back like around 24, 25 degrees Celsius. Okay. And you give movement to re-crystallize the filling itself. Yeah, it's more than enough. Thank you. Done. You go gentle. Really, you need to be really on the edge. Even if it's a little bit like this one, a little bit too much, do not worry at all because this one will be unrobed again. Okay? So I prefer not to have a thick foot because it will be extra chocolate. In fact, the shell of this one, it's extremely thin. Yesterday, even when I unmold, I break 2, 3, okay, because I did it really, really thin. Because we're gonna unrope another time. So this one goes to the fridge, and we are going to unrobe. Alors, ici, on va le mettre là. Okay, you guys are ready? Almost to unrobe?
Les barres sont prêtes. On a le 1 et ça, c'est bon.
Là. Okay, so we're gonna unrope the chocolate bars. So you remember the granola? Now you see it's completely set. What we did. Pardon, je vais mettre ça là parce que ça me dérange. It's completely set. And the idea is to basically, you see, take it and we're gonna put like pieces on the top of the bar. So be gentle. Nothing will be completely regular, and that's really fine. Okay, this is ready. C'est bon. Il y a assez ou pas?
Oui, largement.
Allez, mets ça de côté parce que nous on va commencer à enrober. Après il va se démerder. So, chocolate bars, 20 we need. I'm working from here now, okay? J'ai juste besoin du cutter orange. Top. So I always make a test. I take 2 bars. Tu peux me donner une petite palette s'il te plaît? So you see, I put the wind as much as I can. Well, this is probably a little bit too much. Let's see. And then you basically take some of the crunch that we place on top. And you fill up completely, you know, the bars. Tu viens les mettre, chef? Alors, tu mets pas tout d'un coup, hein. Okay, we can go. I'm ready. Tu vas en mettre 6 à la fois. Dès que panneau soleil, il faut qu'il nettoie ça, hein. You see, it's really uneven, and this is what is nice, even the crunch going out a little bit. In French, there is a word that says gourmand. In Italian, it's goloso. It means that when you look at, but there is not a real word in English to translate that. But when you look at it, you really want to bite in it. And this is a little bit the idea behind. Actually, should be behind every dessert. Voila. So this is one. Ah, you guys don't have the same size. That's not the original. It's okay. Donc il faut mettre ça là, c'est ça? Okay. We're gonna make 20 just to make sure there is enough for you to taste. I don't want that you go out and say, I couldn't taste the chocolate bar. Who's following me on Instagram? Ah, not bad, but still some people that don't. Huh? So put Alexandre Bourdeaux, please, and make share your story. I will reshare. Okay. Let's clean this. Like this, we can start the buffet. Frigo direct, s'il te plaît. Almost ready. Fais en sorte qu'on en ait pour le buffet. Hein. Voilà. Okay. Last one. Okay. So we're going to leave it in the fridge for 10 minutes, and then after we can go for the degustation and buffet. Avant-première. Just because you sit in front of me. The rest, guys, you are too... you will taste it. T'as un petit peu en plastique? Good. Okay. Any question? We continue? Okay. Great. So this one is done. So we're gonna enrobe our cake. Panos, can you please start to make the buffet, if you don't mind? This one, thank you, thank you. Ah, yeah, okay, you start already, I didn't see it, sorry. The bars, like 5 more minutes and then you can start. Yes, sir. So we are going to glaze the cake, okay? So this is, we didn't talk about, but I create here, we made an Idris cake, an Idris glaze. You have the recipe, it's quite simple. Clean chocolate, pure pistachio paste, some crunch in it, some oil, that's it, okay? Nothing else. So we are going to temper around 25 degrees Celsius, not too hot to keep a nice shine. La couleur, ça ne va pas du tout. J'aime pas du tout cette couleur-là. Tu sais quoi? On va prendre la caramel. Ne mets pas ça, j'aime pas du tout la couleur. La caramel. Elle est déjà fondue? Ah ben, c'est quoi? Mets-la, mets-en un petit peu dans le... De toute façon, tu peux déjà la préparer pour l'entremet. Ouais, non, ça, elle doit être un petit peu plus... Top, nickel. On va utiliser ça. Comment ce sera pas joli? I like to use natural color. I'm against colorant, and I know that colorant makes sell, but you need to be aware that colors will really disappear. In Europe now, there are many legislation that refuse to use a color. Of course, they start now to come up with natural color and so on, but most of them are not stable. So for me, it's good because it pushes the chef to the boundaries to look for different things. And when you look, in my opinion, but that's really up to me, when I go to a chocolate shop and I see all a display with dark, with milk, with caramel, with white chocolate, for me they are the best one, for me. Huh? Sometimes I also put colors because the people required this one. But still, I believe a lot on the natural color of the product. Okay, here, the glaze, it's good, full of crunch. We control, of course, the temperature. Okay, I'm here 28, which is good, but I still have some pieces. So you see the cake, huh? Simple as that. So they are now at room temperature, which is perfect. I just need a little, une louche. Just that. If you don't have, we can use. Ben voilà. Une palette. C'est pas une petite, une un peu plus grande. Ah. So don't hesitate to put quite a lot. Then after we remove what is on top. See, the maximum is falling down. Hein? Ouais, bon, on va les... Ouais, tu as les cartons? So make sure it's well covered everywhere. Okay. Non, ça j'ai. Mais moi j'ai besoin des cartons. Les décors plaquettes, elles sont dans le frigo. Ok. De toute façon, ils vont devoir refroidir un peu au frigo. So, what you do to make it clean, you take silpat or silpin. Ça, on peut le virer. Ça, c'est bien. Ça, tu peux me la refroidir un peu, qu'elle ait un petit peu plus de consistance, elle est trop chaude. Tu me la mets sur un truc et puis tu me la mets dans un piping. Yeah, but I asked to prepare yesterday. Yeah, okay, but okay. Give me plates. Give me the plate. Okay, just pass like this. So 6. Thank you. That's perfect.
You can place them directly. Yeah.
Okay. No, but they need to go to the fridge. They need to go a little bit. Huh?
It's not freezer, right?
No, but they need to they need to go to the fridge to set first. Don't worry. So we're gonna leave it for. It will take like. You have more plate or no? Okay. Just give me another tray then. Okay, so we're gonna place them 5-10 minutes in the fridge. Can you put this on a tray, Panos? Put on a tray. And put them a little bit in the fridge. In the meantime, we're going to prepare, I'm going to show you decoration. So yesterday we did prepare come here. Can you ask him to bring clean one? Yeah, clean one. Okay. Okay, so the decoration. I prepare some chocolate plaquette, basically, made out of milk chocolate, and then put it a little bit in the freezer, and we spray them to have this velvet effect. Here, I have a little stamp written pistachio in it, in French, pistache. I'm just gonna warm up a little bit this one. Ouais, c'est bien. Tu mets dans un piping bag, mais la moitié. And I just print the name pistachio on top. Voilà. So we are just going to some of it will be for huh? You want another one?
Yes.
Only for you, Panas.
It's for you.
Voilà. So I'm using a little bit of glaze. In this case, I use the same glaze like for the entremet, the caramel glaze. You have it in your book. Just make some dots. Then I use some all pistachio. Tu peux regarder si les cakes sont assez durs? Okay, and I just applied like a 2 pistachio on top. Okay. So this one, it's ready. I think the cakes as well. Tu as un truc pour coller? This is just to stick. Voilà. This Mr. Panos can go to the buffet. And the rest, we're gonna be able to cut them for the degustation. So we have now the royal treats. You remember those one? Okay. So I'm gonna close them. Tu peux me faire, essayer de me faire un sac à poche avec un peu de chocolat noir. Parce que, so this is the dark and this is the milk. Okay. Ah merde. Non, mais alors on va le faire en lait. Okay, since the dark chocolate it's not anymore temper, I'm gonna close both in dark. It's not gonna change a big thing. So here, just close well the mold. Okay, I put it back in the fridge. Something that I don't normally do, but since we want to be ready, I'm just going to accelerate a little bit the crystallization. This one can stay here. Okay. So, we're going to close the bonbon, chef? Yeah, because this one we need 5 minutes. In the meantime, we're going to close the... Yeah. So this is the mold. So normally, my ganaches, I always leave it overnight, you know, before closing, to have the perfect crystallization. Here you can still see here that it's quite, you know, nice and shiny. That's due to the fact that you have a good emulsion. First of all, of course, there is a lot of fat, you know, with the pistachio, so which makes shiny. However, if it was like, even with the fat, if it was not a good emulsion, okay, it would be grainy. Okay, so we're gonna close this one. Ouais, okay, we can do that. Ouais, ouais, vas-y. We have time. Et juste un papier cuisson en dessous du moule, si vous voulez. Oh, il est trop petit celui-là. Okay, so always the mold clean before closing and at room temperature. How was the degustation, the tartlet? Was good? If you tell me it was not, I'm not going to get upset, and don't worry. Okay, done. So we have here Panos, I will need you to can you put this back in the machine, please? Okay, let's remove this bonbon. Je les démoule là et vous les mettez sur...
On les met dessus sur.
Ok. Non, c'est bon. always one. Here you go. So you take care of this one. So this, can you zoom on this one? Ah, it's Panos. You see, you need to be flexible, Panos. I just want to show them. I just want to show them. Anyway, they will see it. Huh? But this one, it's a drop. Really on the bonbon. Toc, 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 toc. Attends, don't move. Tac. Tac, 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 tac. Where is the camera? Ah, here is the camera. Coucou. Okay, forget it. You will receive it and you will see it, okay? So it's basically a drop of chocolate at the bottom of the mold, okay? I put a drop of chocolate at the bottom of the mold. Then when they all drop are made, I trill a little bit to make it equal. And then after I move my mold like this one, okay? With the trill machine. The drops comes out and it creates like the drop, you know, a tear, okay? Scratch, you leave it to set. Then after I spray one time in a green color, like 30 degrees like that. And then when it's set, the other side all in yellow, okay? And this one. I like because I think we respect the color of the chocolate. It looks like a little bit the color of the cabos, okay? I don't like flashy color and so on. This one I do agree. Okay, so I'm gonna. Where are the gloves, chefs? So we're gonna make one for the presentation and one for you to taste it. Any questions? You are so quiet. You are tired or? No, yes, no. Guys, question is now, not after the course. Chef, can I ask you a question? Don't afraid, guys. Don't be afraid. There is no wrong questions, okay? We are all equal, okay? So please, if you have question, if you have a doubt about whatever, tampering, about the problem with your wife, I don't know, that's not me. Here you are. This one for the buffet. Ah, sorry. I thought it was Panos. And this one will be for your degustation. I'm gonna unmold another one. Tu peux me donner encore un moule là, qui est sous les plaques?
Chef, what is the percentage of coloring for cocoa butter?
Okay, it depends. It depends what you are using. Here at Callebaut we have the power flour.
Yes.
You know this one. So the power flour, there is a little booklet, okay, that indicates you exactly the amount if you want to reach this or that color. That's why it's quite easy and to use. If it's a powder, so it needs to be a lipo powder. Tu l'as aimé toi? Lipo powder, it's between 8 to 12%. It will always depend of your the powder itself that you are using. Okay. but normally more like 10% on the cocoa butter. Some people add also some white chocolate into the mixture because it gives a little bit more structure, more body. Yeah, okay? Okay, this one is done. So, we're going to complete, yeah, that's for the tasting. Comme ça, tu fais quelque chose.
Ouais. Tu vois, t'as dit, t'as besoin de...
Là, t'es venu, on t'a pris. Il est content. Allez, c'est bien. Okay, so we're gonna finish this one. Remember? Tu peux me faire un petit... On n'a pas fait un cornet à la fin?
Si, on
Ah, génial. So guys, this one, what I do, I unmold one, okay? The other one,
Là, il faut que vous ça, on a encore le cake à leur faire goûter.
ouais, mais... Ouais. Ils vont tout goûter, mais... Okay, so I have the shortbread, orange shortbread. You have the recipe in your book, you see? They are baked and they are very regular shape. So what I do, I put a drop of chocolate and I come and press my cookie just right in the center. This is very important. This comes out from the fridge, so the chocolate sets directly. Voilà. And then we do the same on top. I center. Tu peux les sortir, ceux qui sont déjà prêts pour le buffet? You will see how thin is the chocolate. Huh? Ok. C'est de ma faute, ils sont juste là. Je les ai sortis tout à l'heure. Non, non. Ok, and the... Ok, les bonbons ils sont là. Okay. Tu pourras prendre un couteau bien chaud, tu prends un cake, celui-là qui a le corner qui est pas bien, et tu me fais une super belle coupe droite pour qu'on voit l'intérieur, s'il te plaît. Ok, we're gonna make now finish the entremet. I will take the entremet. So, The entremet, I just spray very easily with a gold color, okay, and I just give some shadow here on top. As simple as that. The decoration, so it's very simple decoration that I made with a cutter, oval cutter. You know, when I do decoration, I personally do always something which is realistic, that you can reproduce in your shop. We could do something, of course, more artistic. But if you can't use them, it doesn't make sense. So here I have some chocolate baguette. I'm just going to cut them the measure that I want. I'll take my cone. Là. Okay, and I'm going to finish here with a little bit of gold leaves. Tu l'as la gelée, là, elle est toujours dans le sac à poche? Non, la gelée caramel. La gelée caramel qu'on vient d'utiliser. Le glaçage caramel, pardon.
Ouais. Non. Je l'ai reviré de la poche. Tu mets dans la poche?
Ah ouais, s'il te plaît. So, right in the center, then we have this caramel glaze. Oh, you don't need to close. Voilà. Clean and simple. Okay. So this one, it's also ready. You see, I like, oh, maybe the camera was there, sorry. I like clean and simple decoration, okay? Done. So this one, we can put it there. You unmold the snack, and this is it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Any questions? No, huh? I'm done. Thank you. So I hope that you enjoyed the demonstration. I hope that you have learned something. Of course, you are all with lots of experience. So I was talking to someone during the lunch. It's not only about recipes, but it's about techniques. And it's about knowing better our ingredients and the interaction between ingredients, okay? And I focus a lot in my courses demo because the approach scientific, I'm not a scientific, I'm a pastry chef like you guys, huh? But probably I read a little bit more things. But that scientific approach to the ingredients make you grow a lot, okay? So that's what I love always, you know, to share with the people. And this is the result. I hope you enjoyed. I thank you so much. And you can take as many pictures as you want. Okay. Huh? Yeah, we still have tasting going around. So we don't. You can do as many pictures as you want, but don't touch the buffet like this. Everyone can basically makes his picture. Okay. Good. Thank you. Bravo, chef. Tout grand merci. Great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job. Much better today.
We didn't give them the pecan
Yeah,
and the cake.
it's okay. They will eat it.
But they can get option now. Many times we give them.
Il était bien la découpe. Il
Ouais,
était
il
propre.
est joli, hein.
Ouais, allez, tant mieux.
Well, we can put them down here. They can take the.
Yeah, but the buffet, no, we don't touch anything because we want
can
to
cut
have
it.
some.
We put always next to it. Yeah.
Okay.
So
Okay.
they take from the cutting, and then the other one.
Pending cake and this.
Okay, guys, I was telling Corentin, let's not lose too much time. Let's prepare for tomorrow.
Yeah,
Okay.
just, clean
Because if not, we're gonna stay until it's only 3 o'clock and 10 past 3, so it's great. Okay. Of course, we're not gonna start right now. We're gonna wait a little bit that they are going out. I'm gonna, because they will want to talk, I will push them a little bit. At least you can start.
Okay.
He took some picture about all what he needs, so at least it's easy to re-put the same way.
No.
No.
For the
Just
scale,
for
I'm
the
done.
structure on it.
Yeah. Just tomorrow morning. I will
But
cut
do we
my,
need something to remove my agenda?
De quoi?
Les cakes que tu as classés qu'on n'a pas mis en display pour les couper.
Ah, ben ils sont en frio. Quoi, tu dois faire cela aussi? Ok, bon, on va faire un par un. Hein. On va faire un par un. You have good pictures today? You made a lot? You want to cut it here, Panas?
Or if you want, in the
It's 100 euro every picture.
100 euro, yeah.
I want to become rich.
Yeah.
For I think 1 year. Thank you, chef.
You're welcome.
Photographer.
Non, j'ai l'habitude.
Hi, chef.
Hello. Thank you
so much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Chef, you just pay me 50.